And what is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking Talking, the show where I walk and talk. There's a number of thoughts that I could have started with, and the one that I started with was a description of there being a number of them. I will say I'm concerned about you. I'm a little concerned about you. Just judging from the overall nature of the comment section. And I mean, if you, which, you know, I understand that that's not necessarily an even distribution of you who watch this. It's not fully representative of you, the collective you. You know, it's like the type of person that leaves comments on YouTube is selected for, and it's not all the comments, but man, when I look at them, I'm like, man, the future for the generation that's younger than me, I think it's got some major problems brewing, for sure. Merely judging by the type of attentional capacity and just basic thinking, and you know, let alone something like empathy or compassion. Boy, woo-wee! Man, I can't say that I'm envious of you Gen Zers, because man, how the hell is the world gonna survive the cratering of your brains by YouTube and social media? How's this gonna pan out? It doesn't seem like it's gonna pan out well. I guess I feel grateful for being in the generation that grew up without iPhones. I'll be able to talk to some people that can think. I'll be able to you know, at least consider. I'll be able to consider the ethical implications of things that I do and say, to some extent. I'll be able to experience the beauty and joy of being without being completely sucked into like a dopaminergic, addictive, you know, media cycle thing. At least to some extent. You young, tender minds, you young, impressionable minds, what's going to become of you? I guess I'm just hoping that the comment section is just heavily skewed towards you know, bullshit. But maybe I'll get off of this and attend to the task at hand if I can, and maybe try and practice what I preach, walk the walk. Well, I have some idea of what sorts of things I should say, or not that exactly, but I have some idea of a general slant, a general way of talking for a long time. And at the moment I don't feel too articulate or eloquent or feel like I have clear direction at all. But that's pretty normal. That's to be expected. I gotta cut through the fog for a little bit, usually at the beginning, and I'm gonna maybe relax a little bit, because noticing the propulsive energy of my voice, it's like there's there's like a defensive posture or an offensive posture. There's an adversarial, there's a mildly adversarial posturing in my voice up till now. So I'm trying to lay off that a bit and open up a little. And I can notice myself doing that physically. Even the mere act of directing my attention towards my body, towards my physical sensations, is leading towards that. And I think will contribute towards a less polemical way of talking. But maybe a little polemics is okay now and then. I feel like I'm starting from scratch again. Like I genuinely have the feeling of I don't really know what I'm doing, other than what do I have? Enough of a sense that this is a worthwhile activity, and enough faith to trudge through the uncertain feeling. And to feel the to feel a little exposed. And not necessarily doing something masterfully at the time, but that's not necessarily the case exactly. Like there is a sense of faith going on. And I don't think I mean like a religious belief, but it's founded on memory. Memory of having done this so many times in the past and having it end up being such a meaningful and fulfilling experience, completely inclusive of experiencing a large degree of doubt and uncertainty. So I've been talking so far. It's funny, it occurred to me that the way I've been talking seems very self-centered just now. Which is true, and it struck me as not necessarily generous or relevant to you yet. Like, why do you care? Why should you care? And it may just be a matter of time passing into this framework that I've placed myself of walking and talking, to really dig into it, and for the my default mode of conceptualizing myself and of utility and my identity and those sorts of things, what I base my identity on, to let those recede farther out of the present experience, and so that we can dig in further to what of value can we get out of this experience, my experience of walking and talking and your experience of viewing this. We'll figure it out together. I feel some amount of confidence of this, that over the course of these few hours, I'll figure out. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out as in arrive at a conclusion, but what always happens is that I'll move in and out of feeling uncertain and lost and unknowing what I'm doing here. I'll move through that and towards some kind of clarity and feeling of well-being and purpose and gratitude towards just this very experience of doing this and of connecting with you. And another thing that's happening now that always happens is that I notice the patterns of myself repeating themselves. This always happens. I'll notice myself saying something while ostensibly this is all off the cuff, extemporaneous talking. But at the same time, I just notice that it's very much an iteration of patterns of thought that I have, and ways that I construct my conception of this practice or whatever it is, and my own identity. And then I notice that happening, and I feel a little bit embarrassed and alienated. See, I keep doing it, actually. I keep noticing it even as I say these sort of things. And I feel a lot of like, I feel a little bit like getting deeper into this experience of embarrassment, of realizing the inadequacy of what I'm saying and doing at this moment, or the problematic nature of it, just the or in other words, just the crappiness of it. Like, just feeling my own crappiness in this moment. And I've definitely learned not to run away from that feeling or really try to avoid it, but to kind of dig even deeper into it. The experience of man, so like this experience of like I'm a shitty person, that sort of thing, or I feel like an a-hole right now, or I feel kind of inadequate. It's kind of how it initially manifests, but there's actually something of value, I think, embedded in that experience that if you can be with it and get and dig more into the root of that experience, you can discover something really renewing and valuable that is a truth that does transcend this thought of I'm a shitty person, or I suck, or what I'm doing sucks, or I suck at this sort of thing. There's in one sense, I do feel like I'm doing something kind of sucky with that. I'm sucking at this. In one sense, and in this other sense, I think that this sucking is just one side of something important. And but also that ultimately this mental category of sucking is not going to be important. I mean, it's what lies at the heart of the more core kind of experience that lies at the heart of this kind of like web of sensation and feelings and emotions and thoughts that constitutes this idea of this sucks, or I suck, or embarrassment, that sort of thing. And I guess in this moment I feel ready to let go of trying to continue to explain and make sense of that thought, because, well, I guess a sort of thing happened where in the midst of saying that stuff, I felt more present, you could say. My gaze became a little more fixed on the ground in front of me, although it's hard not to be looking around. And yeah, my attention became centered, well, my identification moved away from what I was saying and even the train of thought. I moved away from it and started seeing it as a train of thought that was something smaller than I. And I think that's continuing here as I'm observing a little more closely this act of speaking, and trying to, I suppose, bring the speaking that's going on in closer alignment with what I feel identified with, that is, what feels like I at each given moment. But that feels not quite possible to achieve, because what feels like I feels like this continuing it's like it takes a an action, a continuous action to like move more towards what seems like the real me. And I feel still a little bit alienated from what I'm saying, because the words that I'm saying, I can recognize them, and the ideas that I'm expressing, I can recognize them as originating outside of myself in other people's ideas that have been expressed, like reading and listening to other people speak, and because of that, it feels like I'm not authentic yet. I'm just kind of parroting something, or at best some kind of mild synthesis of stuff, as if what I'm saying could be fairly predictable and uninteresting to someone watching. Like it would actually be kind of uninteresting to me. Like if I imagine actually myself watching this video, it'd be really uninteresting, but of course, you know, that's because it's me. and pretty much all my walking and talking videos, I'm not interested in watching them, other than to, you know, see how certain technical things worked out or didn't work out. Because as soon as I see myself on video saying these things and you know, representing myself so much, it's pretty alienating. I feel pretty embarrassed to see myself speaking, because I'm like, this is so dumb. But it's kind of like, of course it's like that. But anyways, yeah, I'm going back to getting these moments of feeling present, even though at the same time it's like I have a feeling like I want to get beyond even this idea of presence, because that still feels like an idea at this point. Like, why would I have to really name it and talk about it? It's like it's as if I'm trying to stop talking about things here and to just be, well, I suppose talking itself to the point where yeah, and it's like it's being or becoming something rather than pointing at something, being about something. My camera keeps stopping by itself. That's a problem. I hope this technology holds up. So yeah, I'm continuing to experience a kind of dissatisfaction, or just kind of a general unsatisfactoriness of feeling like I need to get to a different place, need to get to a different state, need to get into some kind of flow. And so I'm kind of remembering that when I feel like that, there is an option to just investigate that feeling at a closer level. So for instance, once again, noticing what physiological sensations are present, and now when I do bring my attention to that, it does seem to kind of be stopping this unsatisfactory experience. And so it's just like, as I'm talking here, being more cognizant just of the physical sensations that are going on in a relatively continuous manner, it seems like. And it's interesting because it does actually, like, in one sense, these physical sensations demarcate, say, the boundary of my body, and they distinguish myself from the rest of the world, and they guide my body towards an equilibrium, so away from discomfort and pain and towards towards my body's physical needs. That is, if I'm feeling thirsty, you know, that's a function. And the touch sensations are guiding me towards keeping my body intact and not falling over or stepping on a sharp rock, etc. But then, in another sense, I can also kind of experience, to varying degrees, this sensation kind of more purely as sensation when I'm paying attention to it. And that sensation being more of a transference or a connection or connecting, bridging movement between what I would typically define as my body and the rest of the world. And the more I can be with that, the less there's this distinction of I versus the rest of the world. And the less this disequilibrious feeling of seeking seems to predominate. Although, still though, as I'm saying that, interestingly enough, as I describe that, I'm still recognizing the description of that process as that whole process that I just described, or that activity of bringing your awareness to sensation. I'm recognizing that in this moment also as being a concept. And you know, a mental framework that's dependent on a lot of other frameworks, one of which being what I'm calling a conventional conception of the self as opposed to the rest of the world. Is that a tiny salamander? That's the tiniest, fastest salamander I've ever seen. Oh my God. I don't have the close-up lens, unfortunately. But that thing is just squinnling around like nobody's business. Do it again. I'll make him do it again. Just look for the moving thing. Boop. Wow. That is the tiniest salamander I've ever seen. Anyways, so much is the same in this video. It feels like I'm really experiencing repetition. I'm experiencing all the same sorts of feelings and thoughts reoccur that have been occurring for so many of these episodes. For instance, the continual doubt of like the sort of efficacy of this, the worthwhile of it in relation to society, and starting to judge the worthiness of this video upon the volume and depth to which people engage with it. So for instance, thinking about the number of views, but then also like fearing that the vast majority of those views don't engage with it in any meaningful way other than a kid randomly clicking on some video that appeared in their sidebar and watching 2 seconds, making a dumb comment, and then clicking on the next thing in the sidebar, and just like continuing on this loop of cratering their attentional capacities. I mean, I know that that's happening to a pretty large extent, as if the amount of views that these videos get might be more of like just sort of an algorithmic artifact than anything else. That is like the fact that because a lot of people have watched the videos on this channel, therefore it gets fed into the algorithm and shows up on people's suggestions lists, and therefore more people continue to watch it, and it having no relationship with any actual qualitative feature of this film, no relationship with any form of well-being being conferred. I could go more into that, but I'm gonna let go of that for now. And I suppose try to dig in more, a little more precisely into my own experience of selfhood here in relation to you, and to kind of for the moment let go of more abstract narratives about society and so on, and even stop thinking about an entity like a collectivity for a moment, and just kind of hone in on what exactly is going on in the very here and now. There's still what feels like a a difficulty or something, for sure an uncertain feeling, but when I say that there's like an uncertain feeling, there's a like my sense of identity feels increasingly not on solid ground as we go here, and that's not a pleasant experience either, exactly. And that's coming right down to this very moment, and like the solidity and meaning of what exactly I'm doing in this very moment does not feel on solid ground. And just to put that in simple words, rather, it's just a continuous feeling, a continuous question of what the hell am I doing right now? And I'm now like noticing even more thoughts streaming through my head that I'm not expressing, or that, thoughts and images of people, for instance, that are kind of informing the way that I'm talking. That is, there are projected ideas of various people coming into my mind that I'm realizing are influencing what I say and how I say it. Or in other words, it's like I'm, for a moment, talking to people, talking to certain people that I'm imagining. And I guess I'm actively kind of imagining some collectivity of viewers that I'm trying to talk to. Trying to imagine you on average, which, like in one sense, maybe hearing that might be alienating, but in another sense, it's like, I really actually want to talk to you specifically. And I don't want you to interpret that in like a schizophrenic way of, or like some kind of solipsistic way, like, here I am just talking to you individually, and like disregarding the rest of the world. But in another sense, it's like kind of freakily true, in that, just in the sense that you're understanding what I'm saying now. And it's like the you that is able to pay attention here and to be with me here and to comprehend what I'm saying. The you that is willing to pay this kind of attention to something, and listen, it's like that's the only person that I'm talking to, because, you know, there isn't another that I'm talking to, because they're not here. They're not interacting with this. You know, it's just you. It's like you're here hearing my words and understanding this. And it's like effectively this communication is going on just between us. Like you're creating this. You're creating this. Although I still feel like I'm not being completely genuine. There's still something wrong here. It feels like I'm still speaking in a compromised way, in a sense. I'm still compromising. But this, yeah, in times the sucking feeling amplifies. The lost feeling, the it's like I'm experiencing that really fully. But not allowing myself to get in like a physiological freak-out loop, but just hopefully just kind of continuing to metabolize that. It's so strange, the relationship between what I'm saying and my experience, because I'm recognizing ways in which my mental framing of things impacts my experience. It's actually pretty major. Like, as I keep talking, I keep recognizing the way that I mentally frame this experience has a... My camera keeps freezing. That's not good. And I'm completely aware of the fact that me worrying about your experience and me worrying about myself can go into a feedback loop, and probably is to some extent. To where it's, you know, it's like you don't want to, it's not pleasant for you to watch another person suffering in any way. I don't think. It's not pleasant. But I do think it can be part of meaning making. Just for instance, like, you know, if you look at narrative arc in any movie or story, there's got to be suffering involved. And then, you know, at the end of the movie, the suffering is made sense of retroactively. Except in that movie, what's that? Funny Games? It's like, that's just like all suffering. There's some other ones like that. And those, I mean, a movie like that, I think mostly, like, the main message that I get from that movie is like, I'm complicit in watching it, in manifesting the suffering by my observing of it on the screen. And it's like, it feels like that, you know, the right thing to do for that kind of movie is walk out. I feel like, you know, if I were honoring the director's message there, the thing to do is to walk out. But I'm digressing. But this brings up a question. Like, you're still here watching this. Even though or listening, even though it's not exactly pleasant at the moment, despite the scenery is quite pleasant. But like me talking and expressing these feelings of self-doubt and embarrassment and lostness and whatnot is not pleasant. But if you're here watching this, there is, for whatever reason, you're curious to see what happens, where it goes, or how might this difficulty be made sense of? How might it be rendered retroactively meaningful? You're interested in the difficulty of this, I guess. The challenge of a long ass video that's not particularly sexy and not offering you rapid fire hits of pleasant neurotransmitters, unless you're getting something out of, unless you've already kind of bonded with me mentally and you know, like neurologically, you see me as a friend. Maybe I'm your friend, and just inherent in, just by virtue of that, there's some attachment, and yeah, you feel attached to me and are getting some positive feelings from that. But yeah, here I am trying to figure out, I don't know, trying to kind of, I guess dissect all these layers of my experience and figure them out. I guess in a way that is a little bit more, a little bit more autonomous, and you know, in a way that I hope should like contribute to my own autonomy and independence, and not be relying on a lot of quick fixes to bring meaning to my life. Not to be reliant on, for instance, narratives of what a meaningful life is that I don't ultimately agree with because they don't seem sustainable moving forward. So this is why I really gotta keep doing this and pushing myself to like continue to cut through the typical notions of utility and really, you know, get perspective on all of these notions of utility and of value. And I think part of that, like the uncomfortable feelings that fairly regularly are present towards the beginning of these videos, are part of that process. Because I'm, you know, just kind of recognizing all these mechanisms that are making up myself and recognizing their emptiness. So it's like, you know, I'm moving into emptiness. Where am I going here? And it, you know, and I'm continuing to like recognize the repetitious nature of what I'm saying here. I think I'm walking past the zone where I've been before. And I guess it occurred to me that I'm going to have to get beyond the distinction between novelty and repetition. And it's like I don't think that I'm honestly fully engaged in that mode of experiencing that is beyond linear time. But I have an idea of that. I have an idea of an experience that is beyond linear time, and that in which there is no distinction between, you know, repetition or originality or newness, because both of those ideas are dependent on a conception of linear time. So I have this idea of a non-linear experience that exists within a more linear framework, a more linear worldview. And it's there as a kind of pointer because it descends from that experience. It concretizes out of that experience as a as a signpost. And I don't know, I had a mild notion just now that, in fact, let me straighten my back out. That's better. Straighten my back out, put my shoulders back. Just physiologically relax. Maybe I've been hitting the yerba mate too hard. And then I'm noticing also just now physiologically, I haven't eaten at all today. So there's a physical feeling of emptiness starting to come on. And recognizing that as a factor of this experience of moving into emptiness, I think. But all in all, I feel really welcoming of that. You know, having the sense that it's time to empty out again. But I was going to say that I had some kind of vague notion of the whole of like linear experience as being something that like somehow precipitates out of timelessness. It's strange. I thoughts come through my head that I get ready to say, and I become aware of the paradoxical nature of them. For instance, a thought came into my mind that I feel as if I'm getting more comfortable with an emptier experience. But I observed in that statement that it contains within it a notion of linearity of time, of movement and becoming. And that aspect of it, like I kind of felt like to say that would continue to maybe perpetuate this linear feeling, but even in my saying of that, I have to admit now that this desire for an experience of timelessness is in itself paradoxical, because the desire for that manifests the linearity, the linear feeling, the searching forward feeling. And at the moment, I feel almost overwhelmed by the options of how to keep thinking. Both recognizing how much they frame this experience, how each thing that I could say is gonna, turn into the present and shape the present. And I feel an intense sense of the weight of that, the consequences. And that's in relationship to you as well. Recognizing, well, just being cognizant of this shared experience, and freshly recognizing the preciousness of it, in a sense, the preciousness of this time that we are sharing together, is making itself known to me strongly, and I feel grateful for that experience. I feel grateful to feel aligned and alive to the preciousness of this shared experience. And that's kind of bringing me to just a pretty profound feeling of wonder at the sheer phenomenon of shared consciousness, of interrelating consciousness. It's like something that's like it's as if I'm just like remembering how miraculous that is. The fact that communication is even possible. And that's yeah, that feeling is expanding right now to seem to encompass the totality of my experience, to the point where I'm just looking at the phenomenon of experience itself, that there is experience. Feels freshly miraculous to me at this moment. And it's there's like multitudinous ways in which that's manifesting, and it's like, for one, just the sensuous beauty that I'm experiencing now in, for instance, my physical surroundings, what I'm seeing and hearing and feeling, just the mere reality that so much like visual information and beauty is present here. You know, that this is being perceived. And when I say that, as I started just saying it, it's not purely in just like an objective sense, like all of this is like the fact that this is like objectively in the world. Like I can think about that, and that's amazing, but also just in the fact that I'm able to perceive it. That it's you know, that there's that. I guess it's also kind of like the we could call it, there's an objective knowledge, I suppose, an empirical sort of knowledge of all the processes involved in visual sensation. You know, this empirical concept of various wavelengths of light entering into these peepers and being decoded by the brain into this experience, and then that's kind of like the horizon of this empirical knowledge, like where it turns into my subjective experience. It's like the real mysterious part, and so I'm just kind of in marvel at all of that. And I can also mention just like the physical sensation of this air, this humidity, this fog, like how the way that this feels on my skin. The mere reality that, like, so looking at it in one sense, the fact that I could be in this environment and so comfortable, like this air feels so good, is astounding. And of course, you know, it's one of those, of course it is sorts of thing, like naturally we naturally, maybe I gravitate, well, humans, you know, we gravitate towards equilibrium, towards environments that are conducive to our physiological well-being. And so kind of, it's kind of like, of course, you know, that's why people come out to places like this and hike on a day like this. But even like all of that, of courseness, strikes me as quite remarkable. The whole, like when I think about that, the whole just thinking even just on the empirical level of, like, say I think of all the biological and neurological processes and evolutionary processes involved, and also like the cultural factors at play of that just go into, like, you know, propelling me to be here at this moment, to be conceiving of, yeah, all the sort of like myriad emergent phenomena that I can see as having a confluence in the here and now. It's pretty amazing. But before, you know, before this starts to feel like, you know, totally solipsistic and narcissistic about, you know, like feeling a profound significance at being exactly me here at this moment, which I'm sure could strike you as kind of naive. It's like, also on top of all that, the phenomenon of this communication that's occurring. Like the you and me-ness. I feel like there's endless depths to probe into regarding that. I mean that it's true that you are really present in this experience in a really significant way. And just to sort of say the obvious, that I wouldn't be speaking this way if it weren't for your viewership, if it weren't for the possibility of having this communication. And another thing is the collective you that I'm speaking to is shaping the way that I'm speaking in a pretty special way. So, for instance, as I was saying earlier, there were various, people flashing through my mind as I sort of subconsciously, thought about their reactions and their judgments in hearing me speak. And so kind of subconsciously perhaps tailoring what I'm saying or adjusting what I'm saying to meet the standards of, say, intelligence or creativity, or just compellingness or whatever, that those standards that I'm actively kind of creating in my mind in relation to my projections of other people, my understanding of other people. And so the shaping, the way that I'm shaping my words now, the way that I'm speaking now to a broad collectivity, I mean, unfortunately, it's limited to you English speakers, aside from the possibility of doing the auto translate on YouTube, which is a real possibility. Sometimes it seems to be working and sometimes it doesn't seem to be working. I actually really hope for that to be working, for the auto translate to be working, and to be working well. Even though it's probably still profoundly lacking. But recognizing for me the value of, like if I am putting myself in this framework where I'm talking to a ton of people who I don't know, and my speaking to be influenced in a way that's where I'm trying at least to make it as intelligible as possible, I guess, to a wide number of people. I mean, intelligible without sacrificing, the depth that it has, that it could potentially have. Not trying not to stoop down or sink lower, but having a value on clarity in communication. There's also just the effect on the other end that that has an effect on my thinking. So my thinking is being shaped in that way, which allows me an experience of connection, a broad experience of connection that I mean, kind of paradoxically enough, feels really special. So like one kind of communication that I might have with a good friend is really tailored to that friend, and we'll have all of our inside jokes and whatever kind of like sense of tailored humor that just works between like me and a specific friend. And but then this other mode of speaking where it's like trying to be as broad as possible, but having the experience of at least potential connection with something like more global and hopefully, you know, less timeless, or more timeless, I suppose, which is made possible by this particular medium that this is, you know, goes into the future, or it exists into the future. Is something else that I'm not exactly getting when I'm just talking to a close friend. And yeah, I don't know. There's so much going on. Because I mean, also present here is my own conception of the trajectory of human life, and my sense that the only way for it to continue is in an increasingly collective intelligence. And so I mean, I guess, I mean, it's owing to this conception that I have of this trajectory that also is also a factor here in the way that I'm talking, and the medium in which I'm engaging. So like my decision to upload these long YouTube videos, for instance. There's a way in which I feel like this has a potential to be communicating to some like future collectivity. I don't know. Maybe this is just really whacked out speculation. But so I'm recognizing the accelerating development of artificial intelligence and algorithms, things like speech recognition, emotion recognition on behalf of AI. And I just feel, I feel kind of connected by making these videos towards this particular expression persisting into the future. A future in which I don't know, it seems questionable, like to what extent like humanness and AI is differentiated. It's questionable to what extent humans are individuated. There's this possibility that human intelligence like becomes entirely transplanted onto a technological substrate, and in that sense, like there's a possibility in the future that this video, for instance, could be perceived, and the like the length of it wouldn't be a hindering factor. Like, you know, a technologically based substrate is not limited to human scales of time. You know, it can read this whole video in a shorter amount of time. It could comprehend faster. But the way that I'm speaking about this is speculative, and I am also engaged right now in an aspect of human experience that I feel to be limited. And what that is, namely, is like the desire for immortality. Ooh, garter snake, garter snake. What a beaut. And I really believe that that desire is based on a fundamentally kind of like mistaken view of reality. And so like just let's see if I can talk about this without too much reliance on metaphor. I mean, most basically, it's like the desire for immortality relies on the perception of a discrete self that is different, that is separate from the world. And so, like, you know, we can't stand the idea of the world persisting without this self in it, this self persisting along with it. And so you know, death becomes a problem. But it's a mistake, because like there really simply is not a self apart from the world, and we can explain that in multiple ways, even just on a logical level. Like, you know, you just observe yourself thinking, which is something that you'll inevitably do if you do a thing for a long amount of time that is not distracted. So you're removing yourself from like active interaction and distraction, like removing yourself from distracting devices and whatnot. Take a long walk or something, or sit down and meditate, or just hold still and just try to do nothing for a long time, and you will inevitably be left with your thoughts, and you'll be observing them, and you'll probably have an uncomfortable experience, maybe not too dissimilar to the discomfort that I was describing towards the beginning of this video. And I think that what the root of that discomfort is when you observe your own thoughts, is like the alienation from those thoughts, because you're gonna inevitably notice yourself observing those thoughts, and you're like, oh, that was just a thought. Before I was identified with it, that thought was me, and now it's like me is something else observing those thoughts. And then like I keep doing, it's like recognizing those thoughts as originating elsewhere, because you see those thoughts and it's like, did that originate inside here? Oh no, I can actually remember somebody saying that, or if I don't remember exactly who said it, I have an idea that exists in the culture, Like, can you actually have an original thought? Can you actually have a thought that's didn't enter into you from the outside, from culture, or that isn't a synthesis, a mixture of thoughts that entered into you from the outside? And like in your self-expression, like it's so easy to look back at my my high school self, my middle school self especially, and how concerned I was with like my appearance, how I kind of express myself through the clothes that I wear, and activities that I take up, like skateboarding, and how all of those factors are just completely determined, are just completely from the outside. It's like, and then to go further than that, it's like even thoughts of like, I'm gonna be original, I'm gonna be different. That being like a cultural attitude that you can see elsewhere in outside, and it came into you from somewhere. It's like for the life of me, I can go on for 4 hours and not find a self that's like originating everything, that's not the same as the whole world. And beyond, and I'm just talking about this in terms of like memes, memetics, of thoughts, of cultural attitudes, of ways of cultural ways of expressing oneself, but it also gets to more fundamental things like the physical basis for your existence, just as a human body. You have all these needs. You need a certain kind of water that's not contaminated. You need certain types of food that constitute and make up your body. You need the right balance of molecules in the air, just the exactly right thing. Our bodily existence is so completely dependent on this ecosphere in which we've evolved. that it's like without this ecosphere, there's no you, there's no humanness, there's not even, you know, there's no biological basis for you. There's just nothing. And you can just keep going on. You can just keep like going through mentally like the connections of everything. How the ecosphere is dependent on the physiosphere, or like it's, you know, that the conditions that led to the arising of our atmosphere, and what we see as biology being completely connected to, completely dependent on, you know, very particular thing that arose just like cosmological, like or astronomical. It's completely reliant on the formation of the sun and the planets, and you can keep going back, and that being dependent on the Big Bang, or whatever our current best understanding of the origins of the universe are. This is all such a completely like dependent chain of arising. And so where was I going with all of this? This is kind of like trying to convince you of like the non-discreteness of self. But I feel like that was in service of something else. I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, what the hell was it? I mean, I was talking about, oh yeah. Okay, somehow this related to, like, me talking about communicating with, like a future collectivity. Okay, now I remember what I was talking about originally. The desire for immortality, and I was trying to explain how that desire is based on kind of a misunderstanding of reality, I believe. And so, like, so for one, yeah, it depends on this conception of an independent self that exists, yeah, independently of the world. And so, like, it's, to me, it's, if you look at it, that notion of the independency just doesn't hold water if you really just inquire into the codependency of things, the interlinking of everything. There's just not really this separateness. There's just, yeah, I don't know. And then it also, and so it's like, if you think about, like, if you try to imagine like a self-persisting, infinitely forward through time, or even like very much longer through time, it's like that doesn't even make sense, because if we realize that what constitutes what we think is the self is so dependent on the outside, and recognize that, like, every single aspect of myself, especially like my thinking, my thoughts, my worldview is something that's completely dependent on a collective worldview that is changing all the time, that is always evolving, that cannot and that does not and cannot remain static. So for instance, like, how long ago was it that monotheism was like kind of like the seemed to be like the cutting edge of our worldview, or the totally predominant, the totally dominating one? Or maybe going back to like animistic belief systems, and how recent a development things like empiricism are, and also like just in my case particularly, and quite possibly in your case as well. Just like look at this, the sort of combination of the combination of like stuff that composes like you and I's worldview. It's like logic and empiricism are undoubtedly a part of that. I mean, even if you're kind of postmodernist and you dispute that, it's like I would argue that still plays an important role, merely in like just daily functioning of, like, you know, getting in the car and the car works, or like the plane flies, and all of that, completely depending on empiricism and logical and like, you know, a scientific understanding of reality. So that being, you know, a relatively new development in the world, and one that's obviously, you know, changing, and always changing and evolving, hopefully. I mean, inevitably, despite missteps, but then also like the influence of, like, obviously there's a lot of like Eastern mysticism, or Eastern philosophy, present here, and an influence, and like how recent a development that is in like coming and intermingling with the West, and intermingling with and interfacing with a scientific and empirical worldview. How I mean, basically, it's like the worldview that I am framing everything through. It's like very, very dependent on this moment in history. It's completely dependent on just like the specifics. Should I do the blue blaze or the white blaze? I guess they usually say, I guess the blue blazes are more scenic. I guess I'll do that. Just a meta observation on this video. I'm noting that I've felt very much in the flow of this video now, as distinctly opposed to what I was feeling towards the beginning, and that's, yeah, just a significant thing to note, I think. But I'll continue on with the spiel. So what I'm kind of getting at is that like the self and everything that composes the self, like comprehensively, is of the here and now, is of an always ever changing here and now. And the idea of it like persisting in the future just like does not compute. It just does not make sense. It's like the phenomena of death is actually just like a totally intrinsic and necessary change. And it's like, you know, it's a changing. It's like the aspects of self that one might think that we need to like preserve into the future and immortality. It's like they won't even be relevant in a few years. Like my worldview, my understanding of this world, like, is not even going to be relevant. I mean, I don't know. Like how long will it be relevant after I die? But like on to the extent that any aspects of my worldview remain relevant, those will persist. And it's like, and it's like they don't have to persist in like my individual self, and they can't. But through communication, you communicate with people, and it's like I feel that the deepest aspects of the self, the ones that like approach anything fundamental or timeless, like those don't go away. And it doesn't matter if they're like embodied like in your specific self, because they never were just limited to your specific self. There always were things that were shared between people and further, and shared between beings, and shared between all of reality, common to all of reality, and not of a individuated discrete self. So if you think about like ancient wisdom, and we very much do see ancient wisdom that still resonates with us as being relevant and pertinent to this world that we're in. It's like that stuff is, you know, that is the most universal and timeless, because it is actually speaking to the timelessness and speaking to the fundamental emptiness of the individual self. I think the stuff that is, you know, most enduring. But like beyond that, Carbon County. I've never been here before. And so it's like, for me, what is like, it's instead of trying to search for immortality, it's more like just figuring out how to actually transcend time here and now. Because then you are like you realize I mean, just in a really simple and basic way, that like what is superficial is temporary, And it should be that way. What dies is meant to die. What dies must die, could only die. But that what is fundamental, what is really fundamental is unchanging, and in a way is immortal, because it is like an ever present here and now. Let me just set you up for a second, and I'll take a whiz. I think we're roughly at the halfway of this video, which means I should probably head back, but I want to keep going. I'm sort of at a point where the things that I'm saying, I can still recognize them, as, I can still recognize them, as, 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 not originating from me individually, and I can point to the similarities and commonality, I guess, with things other people have said. Yet at the same time, I feel that feels like a good thing now. Like it's a feeling that makes me feel not alone, and it's like a feeling of that, like coming, of like penetrating through me. And what is that? What is that bird? Woo 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 woo. Who cooks for you? That's kind of owl, right? Is that the is that the barred owl or the barn owl? I forget. Listen to it. Man, gotta get Clint Corley on the scene because he does the best owl impersonations. He nails it. But I guess let's get moving because I'm starting to feel self-conscious. Just being a body in the frame, being a body in the camera frame. I guess I'll keep going forward, even though it means a longer walk back. Yeah, I don't know. The desire for immortality really has to. I think that really has to manifest from an anxiety of in the present. And that being totally intertwined with an overlooking, or a mistaken of the nature of self. But I mean, interestingly enough, like even that identification with the limited self, that belongs, you know. It's not like the universe made a mistake. With the emergence of people. I guess I'm still here thinking about the relationship of, you know, the feeling of individual experience and the whole. Keep thinking about that. And there's all sorts of ways that I can kind of conceptualize that. But I guess what I want is to be having what feels like an honest experiential understanding of that relationship. And so maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe there is some confused thinking about it going on here. But I think that a way that I can approach that confusion is just to ask myself, like, why am I specifically me and not some other person? Why, you know, why is my subjectivity seemingly located here in this place, inside this body? You know, born to specific parents in a specific culture at a specific time. Huh? What the heck? And yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Because I guess contained in that question, that implies, I guess, that I'm also thinking about this. I'm thinking about myself in comparison to an objective exterior world that includes all the other people and all the other times and places and other beings that I could have been, apparently. And I guess I know, I guess I'm gravitating towards some kind of intuition that even my conceiving of myself as individuated is dependent on my conceiving of this world as other, and conceiving of like the multiplicity of beings and things. And I guess one thing that just occurred to me that's interesting is that, say, the interesting phenomena that like you're able to understand what I'm talking about to some extent. You like you might sort of at least understand the question that I'm asking. This question of, why is it that I'm here in this particular body as opposed to something else that I could have been born, born into? You can probably kind of understand the question in whatever way that you understand it. And the fact of that is pointing towards our like codependent arising of our respective experiences. So like and it includes both our individuation, our specificity, and our universality. So let me try and explain that a little more clearly. The fact that like I can say these particular words in this language, and you understand these words to some extent. You understand the language, and so there's some shared aspect of reality going on right now. Holy shit, I cannot get enough of this fog in this place. Holy shit. I think it's funny. I think I get to a high point on these rocks, and then I see the next higher point. Like so it's kind of like the specificity of you, or at least aspects of your individuality, who you are as a person, is leading, it contributes to you being able to connect with the specificity of my individuation. And in that connection, in that communication, we are able to together at least kind of like approach comprehending the whole, comprehending the universality, the total interconnectivity of you and I and of everything. So I don't know. I feel like that's one sort of thing where I'm maybe kind of like obliquely approaching the nature of this relationship between the specific and the whole, like the one and the many, or the many and the one. And I don't know, I suppose in times when I'm speaking and like my thought process kind of like silences a little bit or stops, or I feel my awareness like kind of grounded in something that's less moving. I feel like I'm connecting. I don't like I'm becoming that relationship or something, becoming the understanding. And I'm just trying to do that more at this moment. Trying to I don't know, I guess not allow not allow myself to become totally identified with the conceptualizing process, but also, you know, being okay with that being the identity, but I guess allowing that to be embedded within something that transcends that, or being connected to that which the conceptualizing and the linguistic things seem to be precipitating out of, or seem to be enveloped in. Damn. Would you get a load of this? I'm sure you're already getting a load of this. I hope you're getting a load of this. Man, I'm glad I kept going forward. Good gravy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Damn. But yeah, it's funny, I was about to say it does seem like there's a direction I can go in where I can experience more permeability. But that also so like I keep, you know, wanting to comprehend this idea experientially, to really see it, and not just conceptually, to be experiencing it. the answer to this question of, you know, why am I me and not somebody else? And then so yeah, there's like a kind of desire there. But then also I'm wondering if, like, to experience that, if I'm going to have to let go of that desiring feeling. I'm also just completely overwhelmed by this place. I could go on and go on about, like, the miraculousness of even just this very phenomenon of being overwhelmed by beauty. I don't know, I feel like I can't say it. I can't say the answer. But the answer that I can say is wouldn't be the real answer. But at the same time, it's like, still I can be talking and not be, I don't think, be totally separated from the answer. But I guess I can say that I feel this incredibly strong sense of urgency towards orienting myself as directly as possible towards the truth that is contained in that answer. The truth at the core, at the heart of that question, and that's, I want to say, is like kind of fundamentally at the core of all questions, I mean, or it's like the big question. The big question. What feels like the biggest question? I feel a kind of urgency to, to orient myself as directly as possible to the center of that. And even though I know that I've felt this before, and then it temporarily seems to get clouded over by life and like a relative, what I could conceive of as a relative fragmentation of that truth, or being a little more swept up in relative truths and relative and smaller, more fragmentary understandings of selfhood. But I can say that on one hand, and then on the other hand, I can also see all of that as part of it. It's like nothing is separate from it. And to feel like all of the past is kind of like reconciled in this moment. That I can include all of it. I can include all of the pain and suffering and all the ugliness and all the meaninglessness as being enveloped in this mystery in a beautiful way. And also, I guess, feeling coming into some kind of alignment of the ongoingness of the mysterious aspect of what I can feel myself drawn to, what I can feel myself desiring. Like the feeling of desire being synonymous with the experience of incompleteness, but also having a sense that that feeling of incompleteness is actually a perfect expression of reality. Of that incompleteness, being, something very fundamental of reality. And so, like, I want to say to you that, like, that you are like a flawed and imperfect and incomplete person because you are an absolutely perfect expression of the whole of reality. And like when I talk about incompleteness, it's talking about the continuously emerging property of reality, that it's always becoming. That's what reality is, and that's what you are. Like it's one thing to say that reality is always changing and you are always changing. But I guess even beyond that, the existence of a you, of an experiencer or experience, or of a world, of a something, like, doesn't matter, like existence at all. And when I say existence at all, look at this very moment, and objective, subjective, intersubjective, doesn't matter, all of that, that there is experience is completely intrinsically, like, synonymous with the unformed aspect of reality, that there is an unknown, that there's like an unknown kind of like coming into being, or like an exchange between unknown and known. And like this is synonymous also with choice, with the experience of having agency. That, so like it's like there is a you, like, kind of, because there's this possibility to change reality, to like the fact that there's a choice. And even like going beyond like the philosophical question of like whether there is free will or not, even though I'm someone that like I don't inherently believe in free will in very much the same vein that I don't believe in like the inherent self, but there is kind of undeniably like the experience of self, and like the experience of, and by self I just mean like the grandest, the largest, most encompassing and transcendent understanding of self that we have access to. Like that there is deniably something. There is undeniably experience, I guess. I guess, I mean, unless we really get into cessation, but even like, even even there for even for there to be cessation, there has to be something to cease. Even cessation, you know, could again be considered a form of something. Whoa. Whoa, yeah. I don't know. They're just like there can't be just nothing. There can't be just nothing. There could never just be nothing. What the fuck? There could never just be nothing. Because even for there to be like entirely nothing, like no existence, no universe. Whoa, what the fuck? Like that completely requires an experiencing entity to like, you know, project this idea of nothing. Like that, like if there's not an experience of nothing, there couldn't be nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like we can conceive of that, we can imagine that, but then we're all what that entails is also an imagining the absence of imagining. But at the same time, like there is kind of like a nothing aspect to reality. Because there can't be, like, reality can't consist of like an entirely somethingness. Reality can't consist entirely of substance. Everything, not, you know, things cannot be like fundamentally substantial. Because, like, you know, let's do this thought experiment. It's like if things were fundamentally substantial, for me that implies a determinism that I don't know how exactly. Like I'm making this connection, but like for things to be like inherently substantial, that implies to me like this kind of Euclidean understanding of space-time. You know, space of time being just another dimension, another like being one dimension of a four-dimensional space where things are determined, and we're just like have a limited perspective of moving forward through this determination. And then in that case, there isn't free will. There's only the illusion of free will. And there is no agency or like there wouldn't be even the experience of agency, of choice, of becoming. There wouldn't be this becoming, because everything would be already. If everything is already, because it's inherently substantial, everything just is, there's no becoming. If there's no becoming, there's no subjectivity, there's no consciousness, there's no experience, because experience necessarily exists in this nexus between substance and nothingness, substance and emptiness. It exists in the becoming. It is the becoming. It is this like kind of like paradoxical relationship between something and nothing. It's synonymous with choice. Like it compels me to want to, try this thought experiment of like, okay, like, and I guess like, I don't know, walking and talking is kind of like an extended, like, long form, like, experiment into this of just like looking into choice. So like, it's like for an extended period of time, I'm like faced with choice. Like I could ostensibly say anything, and I'm, inevitably confronted with really looking at my experience and whether characteristics like free will and choice are real or substantial. And it's kind of like they are and they aren't. So like when I start out, what initially seems like myself, my agency, my choice making, like as I go along, like I see through that as not like originating in the individual self. So it's like in that sense, like we're moving through the illusion of separate self, of separate individual self, and just having an experience that's more connected with of greater experience of connectivity of what is, and a dissolution of the self-other dichotomy, and talking about this second person, like you and I, that disappearing with your understanding of what I'm saying, as well as you and I's like dissolution of the dichotomy between like us and world, us, first, second person, third person, those distinctions disappearing as we kind of like delve into this activity, this experience. And so like getting beyond that kind of conception of free will as like being the individual autonomy, but also like but still getting into like the this like this experience of like potentiality, and like I'm experiencing that really strongly right now, like the experience of the weight of the words and the thinking emerging, and like I'm beyond the period of like being bored by what I'm saying and feeling it to be like rote and repetitive and not fundamentally connected to selfhood or like the living edge of reality or something, and now feeling much more, much more connected and alive to this like emerging edge of reality, like in this moment, and kind of recognizing that as being, like the core of what appears to be the separate self. And in that sense, like getting this understanding of the experience of individuation as being like so intrinsically linked with choice, like individuation being synonymous with choice, synonymous with like the experience of agency, being synonymous with the like emergent becoming nature of reality at large, being synonymous with the connection between like substance and emptiness, of like somethingness and nothingness. And at the same time also like feeling this understanding of like the specificity of like the here and now, the specific of like me being me, like specifically, and like in this time, and like the specificity of what I'm saying, the thoughts, the way that the manner, the specific manner in which what feels like a fundamental characteristic of reality is manifesting as these particular words, or this particular way of speaking and communicating in this particular media format, is making sense. Maybe I lost it for a second. Maybe I lost that understanding for a second. Maybe I drifted away for a second. I don't know, just like the yeah, getting into a place where it's hard to say, because it's hard to express. I mean, it might be something like yeah, I don't know. It's like words are failing me, but it's like something to do with like individuation and the like limited experience of self, of feeling like I am not all that is. So like so like the experience of like I'm an individual in relationship to the rest of reality is kind of a manifestation of like just not of like not being all that there is, of course, but then like this this characteristic of not being all that there is also something like fundamental to reality, as in that's like weirdly enough, I want to say like fundamental to all that there is. I almost find myself wanting to say that like all that there is, like everything that there is also not all that there is. And that paradoxical statement just being an expression of this the continual becoming nature of things. Of like the omnipresence of the emptiness, the unknown and unknowable part, the unmanifested. And my I don't know, my experience right now is of that, is of that unmanifested aspect of reality, that unknowable part, being so like oceanically vast. In comparison to the known part. And like feeling like this overwhelming desire to be what's the word? I don't know. Not just like oriented towards that, but I guess to just to it's weird. It's weird. Like the type of language that implies like directionality and like aspiration, or even desire or movement, like don't exactly express it. Like so, like for in one sense, I could say like the desire to like become that or to be that, but then also it's like you can't not, like you always already are and already were. There was never a time when you weren't. Like on, like it's like one side of it is like that we could call it like inspiration, of just feeling really inspired to like be positively oriented towards life's mystery and I mean, I could say like the sacred, but maybe like what feels like a better expression to me is, yeah, I don't know, like the like profoundly mysterious aspect of existing. So like on one hand, like so like that inspiration kind of implying like an agentic aspirational like orientation. So like that's like, or sort of the intuitive feeling that like, you know, I want this experience to be like informing my life. I want this experience of being profoundly connected to unknowing to be informing my life in a way that where I feel like connected to like the miraculousness of each moment. But then what this understanding also points to is that like there's nothing apart from that. There's nothing out. There's not an outside of that. Even though, as I say that, it's like also kind of there is also, you know. It's like in there's a sense in which like that this understanding like seems to dwarf other concerns. It seems to like dwarf selfish concerns and make those concerns seem like a waste of life. And then another aspect of this understanding that points to like all of those relative or selfish concerns also being manifestations of this very thing that that we're experiencing, and them like having a place like in reality, also being manifestations of it. And so in that sense, like that that not really applying something like, you know, agency so much, or even like preciousness of life, when realize that like everything that is an expression of that. It's like you can't in some sense it's like you can't not be. And so it's like it's always this ongoing paradoxical nature of existing, always ongoing. On that note, let me set you up here, and I'm gonna exchange fluids. Not with you, but with the world. just gonna stop and start the video just in case the camera crashes again. I mean, just oddly enough, in relation to just to reflect again on my feeling orientation towards say the worthiness of this video. It's like I'm at the point where this feels so intrinsically important to me, worthy to me, that it's like I don't even care, in a sense, about the viewership of it. And yet, at the same time, just recognizing like how intrinsic the viewership of this is in this experience. So we're still sort of in the paradoxical zone of like you and my experience being really interdependent here. And in this moment, like, the emotional valence of that being extremely positive. And also, yeah, just if I'm trying to like even try to express like the aesthetic experience it's brought upon by, like, you know, these rocks. It's like a long string of expletives wouldn't begin to convey the beauty. Like, I could so easily get all double rainbow on y'all. For you old timers. For you old timers. Little reference. Or is it triple rainbow? Is it double a rainbow or triple rainbow? Wow, a spotted lanternfly just whacked the back of the camera. Yeah, I think this is about where I'm going to turn around. Damn. And yeah, I'm thinking I'm recognizing, like, if I go a little bit further that way, I'm gonna hit another section of the trail where I've been in past times. Wow. Yeah, it feels great to like make these map connections. And there's is that the mountain ash, or is that the red elder? I always get them confused. Let's figure it out. I think if I look closer at the berries. Yeah, I think this is mountain ash. Or is it the elder? Damn it. It doesn't matter. Let's not get distracted about things and stuff. Let's stay on topic. Let's let me try and not, just completely lose track of the inspiring stuff that I was just spouting off. But on one hand, it's like when I get to this state, it's like the multitudinous world of the many just becomes so compelling and interesting and exciting. And like, just for instance, every little thing that I see here, it's just like, seems to be expressing so much beauty that it's as if I could just like zoom in on any one of these rocks or any one area of this rock and like experience this like unlimited potentiality of complexity of experience, just the kind of like, fractally quality of just the potential visual information that's here. Like looking at all these lichen spots, like I just know that I could just zoom in on any one of these lichen spots and like there would be these evolving scales of perceptual experience that just don't quit. It just doesn't stop. Holy shit. And so yeah, I don't know, like when I have gotten to like what I'm kind of experiencing as like some kind of like edge of my overall understanding of reality, like going to the growing edge, the emerging edge of my own kind of knowing. Or kind of like getting closer to the core of my experience. You could word it that way. From that vantage point, it's like I have this such a potent experience of potentiality that it's like that can it feels like that I can like, there's the possibility of like releasing that potentiality onto anything, like just to You know, I just have this potential to get, just to like freak out in excitement over and enthusiasm over anything, you know? Like, you know, like just like a tiny example, just like getting interested in that plant and being like, is it an elder or is it a mountain ash? So just like this what feels like this big old potential to be interested in stuff. And like, god damn, these fucking rocks. I just cannot get I could never get enough of this. I could never get enough of this. It would be impossible ever in a lifetime to, like, you know, to get the like total experience of all of this. I guess, I mean, and that's reflective of like the idea that like you can't have a complete experience. That experiences itself is by nature always incomplete. And that's why it's experience. That's why it's experience. If it were complete, there would be no experience. You know, you don't have to believe me, but just like, I don't know, investigate that statement and see if it rings true or false to you, or you know, how it resonates, how it relates to your understanding of experience. But like, so paradoxically, it's actually like the more intense my experience of, say, like this environment, this particular place, the more vividly that I experience this, I'm at the same time experiencing just as intensely like the what I'm not experiencing about it. Like the fact that I'm not zoomed in on this lichen spot and that lichen spot, and like all of the granularity of these conglomerate rocks, and like, you know, looking through my magnifying lens, which I forgot today, at the grains of the quartz crystals and all of that. So it's like the more vividly I am experiencing something, like the more completely I'm experiencing something, I'm also experiencing the incompleteness of it, like just as vividly. It's just all intensified, I guess you could say. And so, like, I associate this potentiality to, like, to gravitate towards the particular, towards the world of the many, as a efflux is a word that comes to mind, that coming from Plotinus. Efflux meaning just like, yeah, like the proliferation of the many, the particular, the individuated, as opposed to the reflux, which is like, you could call that ascending towards the one, or Plotinus is one, or the unity of all things. And which for me, I'm strongly associating that with I guess in this case, see, you can't really swing a dead cat without hitting a spotted lanternfly around here. Boink. I guess I'm associating the one in context of this communication as being that digging down of things of experience that kind of like reducing experience to like my understanding of it and experiencing of experience as being at its heart this paradox or something. I don't know. I didn't say that very well. Of seeing what I could refer to as fundamental to all of experience, I guess. Like whittling it down to whoa, all of a sudden I noticed the fog is all gone. The fog is gone. Whittling it down to the becoming nature of reality. And so that's kind of to say, like, when that occurs, then there's this gravity towards effluxing, towards enthusiasm about things, enthusiasm about stuff, and the relative aspect of, you know, being who I am and having the life that I have, etc. Or just, yeah, and not just in that, but also in the multitudinous manifestations of everything all around. Seeing the beauty in everything. And appropriately enough, it's like that's when I'm physically just returning to like my normal regular life. Hiking back to my car. In a way where I'm where it's like I feel so primed to experience life with gratitude. And so, accepting of what would be problems that I feel like can be summed up in the kind of fundamental problem of death. And so, feeling at least a more like kind of emotional acceptance of death, and like with that extending towards the other things that feel like problems, because I'm able to understand all of that as all of problems as also being perfect expressions of reality, being perfect expressions of the becoming nature of things. And this has such an optimistic valence to it, what I'm saying now. And I also understand that this will kind of fade, and the emotional high will fade, and one of those buggers just went right in my ear. And that I will be having a relative experience of reality. And then probably will emerge like the kind of mounting feeling that I need to go make another walking and talking video. And the cycle continues. And so it's like I feel very emotionally at ease right now. Like distinctly at ease. But I'm gonna keep talking. Well, I mean, of course, because it's a component of the framework that I've set for myself. But to recognize the value of that framework, I could talk about it as being kind of a manifestation of, like, you know, back there when I was, you know, up on the mountaintop, in more ways than one. Was still kind of on top of the mountain, to be honest. And talking about the inspiration, the inspirational aspect of that experience of you know, feeling compelled towards this desire to remain connected with the fundamental mystery of life. It's like, don't so it's like kind of compelling myself, like, not to fall back into a comfort. And so even not to just, like, fall back into the comfort of, like, a positive feeling, and to be like, to not kind of, like, indulge the narrative of, like, accomplishment, you know? Because if I actually investigate that, it's not true. It's not like I've actually accomplished anything, or that even, like, the notion of accomplishment has any fundamental substance to it. And so by continuing to talk here in this situation, helps me steer clear of, like, solidifying, you know, like solidifying my framing of this experience into well, something as solid like an accomplishment or something good, because that would actually be a reduction of it, a concretization of it. And in doing so, concretization of myself, and therefore kind of a betrayal or a defection on what is important to me. But by continuing to speak here, it's I feel is continuing to kind of manifest or yeah, I don't know, to like remain aligned with this becomingness, I guess you could say. To not let experience in a verb sense solidify into experiences in a noun sense. And on the same token, to not let, like, along with that, like what goes along with that conceptually. So like conceptually, like, you know, you're concretizing something that doesn't have substance into like an object of thought. So like, you know, I had a great experience. You know, maybe that's not inherently bad or anything, but like what goes along with that, I feel like, is also a concretization of like physiological experience. That and let me explain that a little better. It's kind of like while I continue to talk here, it's kind of like I'm naturally kind of directed towards being present. And I mean, maybe it's just a result of whatever process I've kind of fostered here, but it involves being present with my physical sensations. And when I am really present with my physical sensations, it is like reductive to say, it is a little bit reductive to say like that I feel good or bad. Or maybe it's not totally reductive, but to kind of like valence my physiological experience as just like positive or negative is not as true as it could be. Because like at the core of that, it still is all changing sensation. And like to kind of like start perceiving my emotional reality as being this more solid, identifiable thing, like just good, at the expense of actually being present, you know, because then it becomes like a little bit of an idea. It becomes more of an idea of feeling good, and that is like, there is kind of like a conceptual aspect of that. I'm not gonna say that, you know, I'm not gonna say that good and bad emotions are like just entirely like mutable by your thinking. Not entirely, but if I only reduce it to this idea, like I feel good, like I feel good now, this narrative, like I feel good now because I made a good video, or I you know, I had some kind of breakthrough with my thinking or something like that. It's I don't want to do that, because it's not as true as it's, because it is reducing things to ideas, and then I'm just identifying with those ideas and like falling into solidity and concreteness at the expense of being alive to the actual what is actually important, what is actually at the core of experience. It'd be missing the continuous becoming, and that's why I just, as much as possible, I stick to this format of continuing to speak for 4 hours. Because it's like that's a length of time in which I'm kind of that framework like kind of directs me within that time towards like observation. Rather than like resting on calcified ideas and conceptions. And I guess like there, yeah, I don't know. I mean there is always, of course, like yeah, it's interesting. Like I was gonna start talking about like how like necessarily it's like there is an aspect in which like this experiencing like does kind of become concretized in a way. If we think about it as that, it's like, you know, it becomes these videos that are uploaded and that we can refer to as objects in the world. But also I'm recognizing that I'm just kind of like doing that now, that I'm enacting that now, that I'm conceptualizing of these videos as objects in an external objective world at this moment, and that's kind of an option. That's kind of optional. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's like if I start to conceive of like, say, like other people doing this concretized thinking, which is, it's very easy to do, or even like viewing myself as an other, like saying, projecting like my future self or remembering my past self as like, oh, these other versions of me have been and may be engaged in more concrete operational thinking. And like kind of posit that as the alternative to what I'm ostensibly engaged in now, as being a process of moving, a process of thinking in a process of like opening up experience inclusive of verbalized thinking to a much less solidified experience of reality, into like being more more alive to unknowing, or something like that. But at the same time, so like I can do that mentally, but I'm also doing what I'm decrying in that mental action, and that I am actively creating and engaging with objects of thought, and those objects of thought being like other versions of myself, or other people, or their objects of thought that I'm projecting into their minds, with that which I'm projecting at this moment. And so it's kind of like yeah, as if there is the option here, if I want to, like, always be seeing the root of what I'm seemingly moving against in reality, or what I may be implicitly decrying. To see the root of that as based in this experience right now, and there being the option to not manifest that, and then as I think about that, that seemingly in this moment there's this option to stop creating the world, to stop manifesting the world. There's a way in which all of these like all of this projected world, we'll call it, is also seems to be included in the alternative to that. That is, if I posit this possibility of cessation, we could call it, the cessation of like manifesting solid world from mind, weirdly enough, it's kind of like as if like that manifest world is necessary, is like a necessary referent for this other that I'm talking about. Like the manifest world is like a necessary referent for something like cessation, or something um, like mind, like the notion of mind creating world. Like I can posit that, you know, mind creates world, and have a real experiential understanding of that, and of the the alternative experience of, you know, subject object, the alternative to subject object experience, or you know, the alternative of like inhabiting a worldview in which external world exists. But it's like still um, like world becomes an intrinsic referent for that. It's like it's the opposite that's needed for sensation. It's like the so yeah, like we have this idea of non-dual understanding, but non-dual understanding is also one part of a dyad, the other part of which is dualistic understanding. And I guess maybe this all sounds kind of theoretical or kind of conceptual. But I guess for me it's also shaping experience. And in that line of thinking, I mean, well, not even in that it's a line of thinking, but in that spirit, I can't say that I am completely confident about the mind creates world view as being an ultimate truth. I mean, and feeding in with that, like there's a little gap back there where I wasn't talking for a few moments, and in that moment a string of thoughts came into my mind about, like, what should I eat after this? Where can I find some food? And of course, this having a strong relationship with my present physiological experience of getting hungry, and so just my acknowledgement that I'm not sure if I could willfully just kind of like continue doing this to indefinitely without thinking about food, without food appearing in this consciousness as a hard reality. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. You understand. You get hungry. Maybe to some extent you can distract yourself from that and not think about food for a while. But it's gonna be an increasingly encroaching reality. And it's gonna be a conceptual reality until it becomes manifest as a physical reality. You know what I'm saying? Until, you're gonna be thinking about it until you actually find some food and eat it. I guess the other option is just like, stop eating and die. As some kind of demonstration to commitment of the mind before world position. Yeah, just like, I don't know, I guess I'm just acknowledging the other side of that coin, where it's like this human experience and this complex shaping of consciousness, the specificity of this form of this shape of consciousness. We can also see that as an emergent, this emergent, evolved phenomenon, like from the world up, from objective physical reality up, and I can't throw out that side of reality either. But I mean, we talked about that earlier. I think actually, now that I think of it, like when I was probably in the same spot walking the other way. Oddly enough, talking about the dependence of selfhood, of this human experience that we're having, and the particular experience that you're having right now as being so intrinsically and fully dependent on culture, on human evolution, on biological evolution, the ecosphere, the physiosphere. And then I can do the opposing move and be like, okay, well, all of that shit that I just said right now, that exists in mind. Those are all concepts. When I talked about dying, that's also a concept. It is a concept. As we explained in detail. We explained in detail earlier in this episode. The concept of food as being something separate from my body. That's also, you know, a manifestation of a conception. So I don't know. Yeah, we could keep going back and forth. And I guess maybe ideally be able to transcend into the transcendent and inclusive truth that includes both sides of this apparent dichotomy. So we're just, yeah, I don't know. Keep becoming. Thanks so much for sticking with me here. I mean, just thanks for any amount of your attention. I don't know, I feel like whether I'm having like a conversation with other people, another person, or just here in this monologue, there's still the same like ever present incompleteness ongoing. The always, you know, ever moving conversation between substance and emptiness. And yeah, I don't know, like I very much feel like all the ways, all the myriad ways in which this video is incomplete. And it wouldn't be entirely true to say that, like, I feel awesome about that, nor that I think that sucks and is terrible. It's neither of those things. And it's like there's one urge for me to say that, like, I'm ready to, like, at the moment I'm ready to, like, feel satisfied with this ongoing mystery, or feel satisfied with the knowing that the knowing that there's always unknowns. Feeling like there's one urge to feel content, to express contentment with the perpetual like non-contentment of existence. But I'm not gonna exactly do that. I think I'm most simply just going to end the video, because I'm kind of guessing that I shot around 4 hours, and not try to summarize anything. Other than to say bye.